Hello everyone. Hey, we got the issue again with my border. It's getting old at this point. There we go. We got the border again. How's everyone doing today? Coming to the point again. Let me show what I've been up to over the weekend. Was a bit busy with real life, but I did continue work. Yo, the BPL draft has been super good to me, Garana. I Our team got Trickster, Deadeye, Slayer, and Necromancer. A really solid spread. I'm Team 10. That's also pretty solid. What is the fourth one? Ah, Ascendant, yeah. I saw the Ascendant was the default again, but it isn't on this one. I think one or two Deadeyes don't hurt. They can be pretty quick. Check down, we have the wall here. Then we go here for the trial. And then we go for the exit. Following the lit candles.
That thing. But everyone, help me! Well, I'm sure you won't.
What are you gonna be playing? Yes, that's a solid pick. Getting everything on one screen. Well. I'm thinking of mining Trickster or Kinetic Blast Deadeye. Hey, where are you guys coming from? Leave me alone. I'm making screenshots here. Yeah, the thing with Trickster is that the really solid Trickster builds rely on trade eye on specific unique, so we are a bit of In pure SSF, it's a bit harder to set up. Not impossible, but a bit harder. Alright. Then we open the gym. I hope this is the only massive layer that I need 2 screenshots for. It just take a little bit extra time. Now we just need to line up. This. This is the lineup, right? Yeah, like this. Perfect. Dun, dun, dun. Close this, open that, make it full screen. Perfect. There we go. Go down, we see it's a dead end. We check here, we see there are more dead ends. We go up. Do the trial. Skip here for a blink arrow. And we get back out. And here we follow the fire. Here's a fire. Here's a fire. There's a fire. Alright. There we go. Next layout. Check down. Check here. The exact same thing. This is here. There's here. We follow the fire. And we found it. Check down. This time it opens. Never mind. The job. How did we get the same layout 3 times in a row?
Trams.
This is the gem room.
That thing. Help me.
Nice. This one fits on one screen. Makes it easier to screenshot. We go down, we see it opens. Stick to this side. So skip again if we can do it. Alright, we have the top variant, we have that variant. This is the exact same, no? Oh, it is. So in this one, we go down, and when we see this room going this direction, we know it's here and here.
That thing. Everyone, help me!
Alright, I think there's one more layout for the zone that we need. Maybe two. We have this room.
That thing. Lord, everyone, help me!
Alright, that is another one of the checklist. I'm pretty sure there's still the bridge layout that I need now. But I don't know if it's just a room variant, or if it's actually a different layout variant. Well, this is this one again, okay. This is this one. Ah, okay, this is the bridge layout is just a variant over this one. Not this one. This one. Bridge one is just a variant of this. Okay. Alright, then we're done with this stone. Let's put it over. Oh, alright. Let's see. So we have this room. Double pillar candle room. We either see the trial, and the trial is facing northeast, in which case the exit will be at the south edge, leading into into a curve leading northwest. Or we see the trial, but the trial is facing northwest, in which case we're gonna be having the exit after the trial. We have, and then we have the trial is north of the entrance, like here or here. In which case we have, if we have with the scanner room, it's here. And if south is a dead end, it's a north extending zone. Okay. Oh wait. And gem. Alright, how do we phrase this out? How are we reading the zone? Hmm. So we first had southeast. If south is a dead end in the north extending variant, the trial will be find the trial following the Wall. In the east corner of the zone. The fidelita will be in the northmost. Oh wait, I keep mixing up east and west. Do I have a blink arrow on me? I don't have a blink arrow on me. How embarrassing. Yeah, perfect. The Fidelita, the boss. What we call this actually? I forgot the name of these. Basin. Yeah. Let's... Alright. I think that's a good write-up for Chamber of Sins 2. Meaning we head to the next zone. We're done with Old Fields, Crossroads, Chamber of Sins 1 and 2. Next we go River Race. Here we just follow the road.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, I was wondering why I felt lower. I should equip my Mage Blood. So it's actually massive if you don't know where to go. Holy. Yeah, you're right. Like, if you know where you're going, you are through here in less than 30 seconds. Holy. But yeah, if you don't know what to do, this is a PoE 2 zone. Gonna be a split image again.
Iron Ring.
Iron Ring. Okay. Gonna stand like this. Gonna take the first image like this. We're gonna take the second image like this. And hope that I took from the right angle. Yeah, that should work. Is this fitting? I think this is fitting. Oh, I take it like this. Override. I'm gonna make a second one here. Let's see, the road goes like this. There it goes here. Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay. Here, here, there, there, there. Something like this. Later we go like this. Not seeing the roads is a bit annoying on this. But if with the text and image combined, it is definitely readable. I'm gonna take a second run on this. I want to show one where the breach is in the range of the waypoint. Follow the road. Get the waypoint. Follow the road. I have to exit. Meh. It's back up here again. Take the road. Oh, this is good. This is a good example, because this is an early waypoint example. On an actual run, you would reset off this zone now. Because normally the waypoint is placed towards the end or the middle. The waypoint was placed super early. But yeah, this is a massive zone if you don't know what you're doing. I never realized how massive it is. Because when I started playing the gate, the first thing I watched 5 different guides. Oof, almost stepped on it. Oh, we went too far. Alright, this should be the overlap now. Overlaps here, 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 here. Ah, good enough. The good old double breach. Alright, overrode? No, we haven't yet. No, we have, okay. Discard changes, delete the second image. Open the first one. Full screen. Oh no. I had a mistake. I forgot to adjust the canvas size. So I screwed up. This is annoying. How do I fix this? I have the upper still. I'm still in the right position. So I just need to make a new lower one. Oh no. No. I moved. That makes it harder. There we go. That is better. Where's river race? There's river race. Alright. Back in here. Back to new file, race, new D. Alright. How is the zone read? Well, the zone read is pretty simple. Was it forest encampment? Forest encampment. Yeah, perfect. Waypoint appears either in the middle or towards the western forest entrance. Research should save you some time. Alright. Another zone done. But honestly, this also shows that in PoE 2, once we get movement skills, we gotta be a lot quicker through campaign. There's another... I can barely not. That's rough. Where do I take the screenshot from? Actually, I'm just gonna stand here. Because it also shows the cobwebs in the background. It's gonna be a split image again. We take 2 screenshots. Then we put those back in here. Perfect. All right. Full screen. My screen marker bugged again. First we head to the waypoint. There we see that the waypoint is, in this case, left of the road. So we head to Beaver's Den. Then later in the second round, we head to the opposite wall, where we see Alira. And then we head to the blockage. There we go. That's one image. Mouse. Don't need this anymore. New instance. General. This time the waypoint is there. So Weaver is here. We follow the cobwebs. We got to Weaver. And later we are here again. Here's the rubble path. Here's Alira. I don't think we get the instance on the same image again. Yeah, the stone is actually massive again. Yeah. Actually, that might be interesting. We can do a few more layouts and see if that is a pattern. If there's a... I mean, we can see. Let's say. Weaver entrance, waypoint. It's not quite a line. But it would be interesting if there is a correlation. Nice catch, maybe. We gonna look into this in a moment. Image 1. Not so quite, Panda. Just noticed that there is kind of a line going through the waypoint from Weaver to Alira. I know that I know that they have positions based on the waypoint, but maybe there's an actual airline that helps you to further pinpoint the location. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing today. We are learning layouts. We are here to learn them. Also, hi, Supercook. How are you doing, buddy? So, not the torch, but the waypoint to the road. If the waypoint is on this side, then Alira is on this side. If the waypoint is here, then Alira is here. The waypoint and Alira are always on the same side of the road. I don't think I have never looked at the torch. I think the torch is just always on the same side of the waypoint. So the torch and the waypoint are synonymous. Maybe. That could be actually it. We can take a look at that in a moment. Alright, let's let's make a few. I have the variations. Let's make a few instances and take a look at things. So, we have the waypoint and the torch are on the same side. And the torch is lower than the waypoint. Let's make another instant. Okay. This time the torch is to the right. So, let's see. We have the road, we have the waypoint. So Weaver has to be here. We see the cobwebs. We follow the cobwebs and we got to Weaver. So this is Weaver. Let's assume this torch and Weaver. Make a line here. So if there is a relation to this, then Alira should be somewhere up here. Alira isn't up here. Alira is over here. But they are on the same height if we make a horizontal line. Kind of. So I don't see a relation to the torch and the waypoint. I think that just those are always on the same side of the road. This time it's lower. So again, we go for Weaver. The other quest is always at the end of the road. It's always at the end of the road, right? So you just follow the road. Okay, kind of, maybe? Am I imagining things? It's not as extreme as just now. Well, I mean, if that would be the case, if the torch would be in relation, then why is it here? In all the other layouts it's there, why is it here? I don't see a correlation to anything, because in this direction of the zone, there is nothing. No. Doesn't seem to be any relation. I think the torch is just lighting up the waypoint. Like, here's a torch, and here's a torch, and there's just always a torch at the same height as the waypoint. But the waypoint is the indicator for which side is which. I see the approach, but I don't think it is worth the time, because we have already a rule, a way simpler rule that applies completely to whatever we need to know. We have, those are roughly the same height of the zone, and we have the road, and Alira is always on the same side of the road, while Riva is the opposite. That is enough rules for me for this zone. I'm not looking for any additional rule that just to find it. The height of Viva Alira, that I found interesting, that I'm looking into, because that might help. So if Weaver is here and we are re-entering from waypoint, we will just walk here until we hit the wall and then search for Alira. But if we assume the height thing is true, instead of running there, we can directly run here. And then look for a Lyra. That is actually something that will save us time, if it is a case. So again, we look for Weaver. Here are the cobwebs, we found Weaver. Weaver is further up. Meaning a Lyra would be here. Alright, and with this we have disproven. Well, not fully disproven. Like, this time it's this. But there's no way we can check until we find a Lyra, if it's this rule. I think there's a really simple way to phrase this. These are the two variations we have. Weaver on the right or Weaver on the left. And in this case, it can be all at any point on the wall. I mean, yes, there are a set amount of variations. They are not infinite amounts. But we cannot differentiate this new rule we tried to establish. It kind of exists, but we don't have a clear indicator for it. And it's not the torch either, because the torch in this case pointed up, so there was no way it indicated this. In all the other variations, it was a different direction for different things. If we look at the images, we have Weaver. They're kind of the height. Kind of. But not enough that there's a pattern. And here we had a Weaver entrance like this. And Alira was here. But in the other variation, we just had Alira here. So this is also not a pattern we can establish. So I will just follow the rules we already have. We look for the waypoint. We go opposite for Weaver. And we go same side for Alira. And we always look for the closest edge upwards. So if we went this way for Weaver, we look at this edge for Alira first. We went here. No, we can't. It has to be really upwards. Like in this case, if we would have went there or started there and went downwards, we would have not found Alira. So we really have to move all the way up. Alira can't be right here in this area, because otherwise we would have already seen any pattern here when we were at this point. So it's really just walk up northeast till you hit the wall, and from there search for Alira. The only indicator for Alira that we have on top of what we already know is the pebble path. So if we go to the waypoint, we can follow the road until we hit the pebble path. Here, this one. Once we have this, we find Alira. That is the only certain way to find Alira, without walking around the edge. Which actually might be the better recommendation. Let's see this for a moment. So this, we walked down, we found Alira. Let's make a new instance and see what is faster. Pebble path. Alira. Otherwise, what would we have done? We would have run... Weaver was here, so we would have run here, and then we would have followed this wall. It doesn't really save time. It is more certain, but it doesn't save time. I will put it as simple read. As I think this might sometimes save time. Because it could be that we follow the road and the road is here somewhere and then we start the pebble path and we need to walk all the way here. But I could be wrong. But that's what I will be going with for now. I thought though, Panda, I do want to say that it could have been a relation, and it was good that we looked into it. And if it would have been, it would have made that zone slightly easier to read. Alright. Western Forest. Let's take a look. So we have the two variants. We have the road, opposite side, and we find the camp. Perfect. That's good enough for me. Alright. Next we go to Weaver. Weaver has 4 variations. So we... Arguably. I know that... I forgot his name, but I knew that there was PoE Hub for Act 1. But my plan is to just do all the zones, all the acts. All the zones we're actually running. So I'm skipping Fatted Pools, for example, in Act 1. Or then Act 2, because it's fairly simple. But I have here the overview, optional paths, mentioning of town NPCs, and then all the variations and how to read them. I already done that as a layout document up to Act 4, but it was just really shitty to read. It took ages to load, the images were super tiny, it was really horrible, the text was all over the place, so I'm just making it into our own website because that was better. And while I was at it, I also added all my other documents here, so all my strat overview and all my strat deep dives you can also load into, also give a read. And I also made a build sheet so that all my builds are also in one place and you can just have an overview of that. So I don't need to link 3 documents, 4 documents or whatnot. I just have one place for everything. It's just more convenient. So, when we enter the zone, the exit can be up here, here, or here, but sometimes we need to go here and then we go there. So the way I read the zone is we follow this wall, this east edge, west edge of the zone isn't perfect because it can result in a bonus run in one layout, like in this one, where we now have to walk over here. We could have theoretically, right? Sometimes it connects here. Sometimes we have a connection here. In this case we didn't, so it's fine. But yeah, this is one of the variations. This is the longest one, I think. I already uploaded the entirety of Act 1 on the website, so if you want, the public version currently has entirety of Act 1. But I'm still working on Act 2 right now, and of course then uploading Act 2, then Act 3, and so on. But given that I only have 4 weeks left and I'm also gonna be playing BPL, it's gonna be a rough one. I'm gonna need to work overtime on this. Thanks, KMAT. We got a bonus BPL next weekend, where we have 18 teams made out of 18 players. And we had to draft for our ascendancies. Gonna be a real fun time. Alright, we walk here. Take this curve. Oh. Here we got it. The regular BPL will of course return with 327, but we getting this bonus BPL because it's been a while, and the team leads decided they make a special one called Anarchy BPL.
I give you to the earth.
Do we know at that point that it's up? Yes, otherwise we would have had a passage there. Yeah, we know stuff about Reaver's Chamber. I show it in a moment. So again, there are 4 positions for the Weaver entrance. Here, 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 here. So we follow this wall until we know the direction. Here, we have extended in this, but we see that there's an edge here, so it has to be south. We head south, and we find it. Yo, I got a unique. What unique did I get? Yo, we got a quiver. Because the left wall ends very early if it's not right. Imagine you would have followed the right wall here. It's better visible once we have all the variations to see, but if it's left up, you see that very early. If it's left down, like here, you see it very early. If it's not left, you get here sent before it sends you all the way to the right. If I would have followed the right wall on left-oriented layouts like here, so if I would have gone here, I would have been here, I would have been here, I would have tried to go in here, and then I would have had to turn around and go here. It is just, considering all layouts, it is better to be left. Yes, but the right-oriented layouts are not as punishing going left as the left-oriented layouts are punishing when you go right. Give me a moment when I have all 4 collected, and I show it to you, it will make a lot more sense what I'm saying. Yes. So we always start left. Again, we're gonna go left. And here look, it's left, but we are open to go up. So we check up first. Because that's all it, we stick to our left. And it's here again. We are going with the exclusion principle. We are excluding variants as soon as we can. So we go left. We see it doesn't go up, so we exclude left up. We head it down. It doesn't lets us still go down, so we still continue here. And now it forces us right. We've reached the south edge. So at this point we exclude bottom left and we have right. As you see, this one was not punishing us for taking left first, because if you look at the connections, this, well, we could have went here, and yes, it would have been faster. It wasn't that insanely faster than checking this passage first. Because we needed to make sure it isn't here, like we didn't knew it was this passage. Well, how did the dead one got killed by the live one, or how it happened? Yes, we go. Wait, let me orient this first. We go here. We check. We see it's not going top. Okay. It's not going south directly, but we can still kind of go south. So we need to still, admittedly, I don't know if we have this dead end, it could mean that we have to go right, and we could have went this way directly. But I don't know if that's on every layout. I haven't run 100 Weaver's Chambers. So I would be running like this. And only once I notice I'm on the south edge, I would go up. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, that was the wrong button. Right, I need a music change in a moment. Nice. So, I'm just looking for the top one at this point. But I'm running others to see. So again, we had this curve thingy and it ended up being right. That is interesting to know. So instead of going here, we could have went here, but that doesn't really save time, so I'm okay with that. We aren't really saving any time by going slightly different or losing time by going and making sure. But where's my up layout? Okay, but one thing we do notice is that if the exit is here, we always have a long diagonal line at the end. That saves a slight amount of seconds. You mean like here? Where I have a very short description? No? Okay. I mean, if a zone has a simple read, I try to add that, if you want to, you can take everything I do and make these shorthand versions out of it. I can add that on top. Like, it's easy to add things into. If you want to take the time to make the shorthand notes, feel free to write them out. Like, if I can have it simple like this, I do add that. But not every zone has the simple variation. Where's my Norse variant? This is not... Oh, this is it. Okay, finally. So imagine on this variation. You would go right first. You would be here, you would be here. You would be going here, we would be going here. And then be like, oh wait, we need to go up. Instead of, if we go here, oh, directly, cool, we are up. And we already see it. Would have been this, or we could have done all of this. Alright, we are done with Weaver's Chamber. I did one layout double, I just noticed. What you... Oh, that's ledge. And yes, you can avoid that. Let me show you. So, what you fell for is you went in here, you followed this, you got out, and you walked back to the waypoint. You actually kind of did the right, kind of did the wrong. When we run ledge, we enter from the submerged. And we follow this cliff side. And now here's the goat passage. This is a recent addition to the zone. Wait, I need a bit more calmer music to have a bit more in the background. Now, you can either take the goat passage or not. If you don't take the goat passage, you're gonna be starting following the coast side now. To get to the exit. But it's actually really, really good XP to do the goat passage. Basically, these goats are really easy. You see here, when I walk here, how they're following me. Now they jump down and they just hop after you. As long as you are moving, like I can move, fire caustic arrow, move, fire caustic arrow, move, fire caustic arrow. It's really easy to XP and they give good loot and they have a high density. So I would always turn to follow the cliffside and do the goats here. And when I get out, I continue to follow the cliffside. I see that I came from here, so I know I don't need to go into this direction. I just follow the cliffside here. Now, when I get to this part where it opens up, I stay on this, so that this boss here does this when you get close to it, this attack. I don't want to get hit by that, so I will never go on the upper part here. I will always stay in the lower one, so I can't get hit there. This is has a high density again, so I be careful here. And from then we go and follow, and we get to the climb. Oh, I would always be as far away from the boss as possible. If he hits you with this lightning wave, you will die. So I always stick to the coast side when I notice that I'm about to face the boss. Or I get through there as fast as possible. I'm using my dashes, my quicksilver, to not die to that boss. 30 minutes Act 1. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's just a bit of practice for Act 1. Like, 30 minutes are already pretty solid. It's faster than a lot of people. And with a bit more practice, you can easily go to like 30, 25. Alright, let's see which one I have a double. The first one. But I actually need to do this one more time because we do notice a pattern here. I don't need to run this corner in both of them. We see the connection. It's okay that I run it here, but if I don't run straight lines down, it has to be the right exit. Um, I think on Shadow a mule is fine. If you do a bit of practice, you can get a mule done in like 1.5 minutes. So I'm gonna be deleting variant 4 and replacing it with variant 5. And then I'm gonna be swapping... No, I'm okay with those. But I do need to make this one more time. Not this one. So we go down. Okay, this is a north one because we see we are spawned at the lower edge. Yup, 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 yup. I'm also looking into miners for next patch. So this is no, not clearly. This is what I meant. We don't have a straight. Wait. Oh, okay, okay, I see it. Very likely, yes. We actually walk quite a bit this way and then quite a bit this way. Instead of directly moving onto a different direction. Okay. So one more time. Walk here. This is a north one. It really will depend. I'm gonna practice a couple. So this is gonna be south. Because we had this long walk southwest. This is a north. I'm not getting the variant I want. Alright, here we go. So at this point, we know it has to be this way. We don't need to do this corner loop. We can take the simple loop. We still need... So, to make an image out of this. We enter, we look here. We notice that we don't have to walk off this. We notice that we can't go here. And we notice that it continues down. So at this point we still go down. Now that we went here and we can't go down further, we notice that we want to go like this. And we don't need to take this part. Which does save some time because we basically save this distance. Does it? Not really. It doesn't save much time unless there is more down here. But it is the most optimized way. And we do see it. We can identify this. Okay, that's better. Alright. Then there are no points of interest here. We just have the zone read. Tip. Simple read. Follow the left wall from the entrance. Oh. Weaver will be in the east corner of the zone. Alright. It's really that simple. We are just looking to exclude variants. We go south and we go west-south. If we can't go north, we are not in the north variant. If we can go south or west, we are not in the south spawn variant. If we have a long passage west, or if we don't have it, then we are not in the bottom left corner Weaver variant. So we have to be the last variant. Okay, next we go to Broken Bridge. So to be fair, it's a very simple zone. Follow the road! Oops, I didn't follow the road. Waypoint and Weaver and Bridge Boss. But we have a couple of points of interest in this zone. Are you kidding me? I can't show... whatever. There's literally nothing up there. I'm just cutting it off. I don't want to go through the hassle again. So we follow the road. And we end up at Caitlin. Alternative, at the waypoint, can go there. And return. In this corner you find a jewelry box and 3 rogue exiles. If you really need gearing, that's a really good spot to get gear. Like, if you're still looking for your 3-link, if you're looking for a ring, if you're looking for an amulet, for attributes, I would always go in that corner. Or a proper magic weapon. Follow the road. Actually, way harder to follow the road when you're way too quick. Did I step on it? I stepped on it. That is so unfortunate. Hey, this time it fits on one screen. Why is there an immortal... Why is there an immortal dog? Or wolf? I actually noticed that because of extra music is really great for background music. Especially PoE 2. Alright, there should be one more variation I care about where I'm pretty sure there's a north variant. Was that only in maps? Okay, that's only in maps. Then we take those two and we are done with the stone. Not making things more complicated than they have to be. If I do it properly, I could be done with Act 2 today. That would be amazing. Follow the road. Is it a castle? Can we call it a castle? Because we also have this in Castle Ruins. Yeah, I'm gonna name it Castle. I would recommend only going for it if you can see it from the road. Alright, Broken Bridge done. So, wetlands. Wetlands took me a while to learn what we need to look out for. The first part is simple. You go up, and you will see here is the corner. There's oak. Now, because we went we're fighting okay. We don't really see yet that this edge. During the fight, we can take a quick peek if we are at the left edge. But normally we will just quickly kill Oak here. We will not know that we are left edge. But we do see that we had a good amount of pass area here. Because, and now I see if I remember this correctly, we had a bunch of area here. The waypoint is here. So that is variant 1. No, I think that is gotta be confusing. I can't do that. Need to explain that in writing, not on the image. Alright, so we go up again. Oh, let me get my speed going. We go up. We see Oak here. It's the exact same. See Oak, and then we go here. Friendly. Appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Sorry, friendly. Not friend. Friendly. Friendly. Go up. We do not see Oak here, so we continue go up. We see Oak here. Go for Oak. And then from Oak we go in this up. Because here we are closer to the right edge. That's variant 2.
Poor corrupted creature.
We go up. We check here. We don't see it. Go up a bit further. We see the corner here and we go there. Then we go out. We take this. We see that there's the edge. So we go up. Alright, then there is at least one more variant we need to cover. Again, we go up. We check here. We see oak directly. We go past. We have space here. So we have here. I mean, to be fair, we should make an image of that one. But it follows the same rule as the first one, even if it's a different variant. Go up. Check here, we don't see it. Up a bit further, we see it here. Go in, go out. We see we have space, we go past it, and we go there. Alright, and now we are looking for a late oak. So we walk up. Don't have anything. Let's check here. Oh, we see it here. This is left edge oak. We already have this one. Check here, check here. We see oak. We have space. And it's here. Maybe it seems to work the way I read this zone. We go up. We check here. We check here. We have oak. We have an edge here. So we go here. Up, we check here, we check here. We have oak. We have space. Now I just need the last oak variant, the last zone variant. This early oak, we have space. Ooh. Wait, why is this one different? Oh, because we don't have space. There is actually the edge. That's on me. I didn't check properly for the edge. See the left edge already. Where is my late oak with the exit at the bottom left? Here we have oak. We have space. We have oak. We have the edge. I missed oak. Didn't follow my own rules. Go up, we go a bit diagonal, we see oak. Oak is on the... Go around. Go here. Put here. Check there. Here's oak. Go around, we have space, and it's here. Where is my last variant? There's oak. We have space. It's here. It's a rare one, but I know it exists. We have oak. We have space. Let's say remove it. I would be surprised. Ah, it's this one. I am 100% certain it's this one. So, sorry. Again. We go... We see that we spawn at the right edge. We go up. We find oak. And from oak, we go down. Because this is the only variant where we spawn at the left edge of the zone. So we go up, we notice that we are at the left edge. So we go for oak, which is at the far part of the zone. We go in, we go out, and we go south for the waypoint. right? Campaign is a lot more fun if you try to optimize it. If you just force yourself through campaign at a slow pace, you don't know where to go, you don't know what to do, when to do it, you overlevel, you overkill, then it's tedious. But if you go through it as fast as you can in an optimized manner, it's a race against yourself, and that makes it fun, at least for me. And layouts is just a part of it. Which I'm definitely overkilling it, but I'm having fun overkilling it. Yep, Primex, we are expecting it specifically on the 20. Wait. Either on the 24th or 31st, but based on their wording, I expect more the 24th of October. Nice. 7 hours is already super solid for Act 10. A lot of people are like at 10 hours. Getting down to like 4 or 5 hours is taking a little bit of practice, like I'm saying, a practice one a day for 2 to 3 weeks. And after if you want to go below 4 hours, it's gonna take a lot more practice. That's where I'm currently at. But one thing I always recommend, don't push yourself too far out of your comfort spot. If you are happy with a 5 hour campaign and you don't want to super giga tryhard league start, that's okay, don't push yourself to 4 hours. If your goal is to try out even further, then that's a reason to push your campaign time lower. Alright, now we take a look. So we have, this is left ledge oak, this is right edge oak, this is center oak, and this is you spawn. Like we can see here at all these. We always have space to the right. Except on this one. We literally spawn on the left edge. On the right edge. So edge spawn, waypoint. Southwest. Zone read. West edge, east edge, or in the center of the zone. And simplify the location process a lot. Move a mix of, how do I phrase this? Like I always move a little bit west. Yeah. It's still northwest. It's, I mean, it shows really well in the images. Like we see here, we move a bit diagonal and then we move more straight. Move straight, we move a bit diagonal, we check here. Move a bit straight, we move a bit here. Lean tilt. That tilt might be a good word, yeah. Yeah. First, check a bit more northwest. If no oak, then check further northeast. I think I'm just gonna stick with this, and I'm gonna reference the images. Like you see it here, where I check here first, and if it isn't there, I then check there or here. uneven. That's the word. Uneven edges. It will be like the outer wall is more smooth. No, not uneven. Any edges with small. How do I phrase this? Actually, I have the idea. I'm just gonna add an image. Makes it way easier. Like, literally the image where I just see the edge. As I discover it. So we... Oh no, but this is a bad example. This is delayed oak. I love it. I made 30 zones, I got it once, and I immediately got it again. So we first move here. There we see oak. No, I want a different example. There, if we see oak, we see oak. That's simple. I want, this arena. Oh. I appreciate all the helpful comments, by the way. Makes this a lot easier. There. That's Oak's Arena. I guarantee this is Oak's Arena here. Alright. That is good enough for me. Just to prove there was oak. Wait. This is center. Alright. We are almost done, actually, with Act 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more zones. I can do this in 1.5 hours. As long as I don't screw up. Alright. Fell Shrine Ruins. Big zone, very simple. Follow the road! Oh, I didn't follow the road. This is also actually a very massive zone. That we only decrease in size because we know where to go, and we are actually doing this only once we have speed. Once we have our movement skills and movement speed boots. If we can. Yeah, that's a 2-page. You might start my Pathfinder League starter to beast farm, boss rushing. You also enjoy Faustus flipping. I mean, there are two ways. If you're beast farming, boss rushing, you're not gonna be making that much gold. You don't really need that much gold because all you're selling will be over trades, the contracts, the beasts, the boss loot. But you will obviously not make that gold. If you want to make gold, you have two ways. You either will have to need a secondary strategy with a secondary character that farms gold, like Abysses, Alva, T17s, or whatnot, or you use the currency you make with your beast farming boss rushing, and you just buy gold services, where you make like 500k gold a map or something. It's gonna cost you currency, but you make so much with beast farming, you should be fine. Also, Sakidaki, I do appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. If you really need gold, there are people that just sell gold services, and you're gonna make beast farming right now is one of the best strategies you can do at any point in the league. There's always gonna be an expensive beast. It's gotta be at minimum 30 diff an hour if you could get it going with a decently fast character, and it can scale all the way up to 80 diff an hour later into the league. It's absolutely insane. But it will just be mutually exclusive to something that will net you a lot of gold, because you're just gonna be mostly not killing anything. You can initially do stuff that gets you XP and a little bit of gold to get going, like just kill enemies during boss rushing or stack deck farming. But the really big currency generators, Beast, will not get you a lot of gold. Hey Mofagi, we are working on layouts. The usual on my channel at this point. No worries. I will be getting out... Did I? Do I actually need... No, wait. There's the overlap. Okay. There we go. There. Now it's fitting. Okay. Do I have everything on? No. I need to do one more. Now we have it. Okay. Mofagi, we are just working on layouts. I'm halfway done with Act 2, but I still need uh, more acts. There's always more to do. Follow the road. Oh wait. I forgot I need the other exit. Now we finally get to a zone that actually can be read again, where reading it saves you a lot of time. But first we need to write out Fellshrine Ruins. Say it with me. Follow the road. Was about to say I know this song. Yeah, it is what I thought it was. Is there anything else important? Yes, there's one more thing to mention. Be right back. Better. So crypt is all about this room. If we make a line here, halving the room, and the waypoint is below, we are gonna be following the opposite wall, and we gonna follow this wall, and we find this here. I'm sorry for the quick interruption. My grandparents called. Just back to back things. Alright. Now I'm back. Now no more interruptions. And then we have the trial here. Once we're done with the trial, exit can be either in this corner, in this layout it is in this corner, or there's a variation where it is far in the left corner. And this is later for Crypt 2, where in Act 7 it follows the exact same rules. I made it a bit too low. No, I can't do that. The waypoint is too bright. Yeah, that's way better. So again, we have this line here. What cost of waypoint? At the bottom, we follow this wall. Alright. And now we can make a new instance. And we will apply this rule again and again. We're on the waypoint. We're at the bottom. We follow this wall. We see the trial. We do the trial. And now we need to check here. And exit is here. Exact same layout. But there's a slight variation to this layout that we also need to cover. This time we enter from this passage. The waypoint is here, at the bottom again. So we enter, we follow this wall. Oh, we follow this wall. Get to the trial. Do the trial. Get placed outside. And then we find the exit. Follow this wall. We don't fall for the fake dead end. And here we go to the exit. So we have here. Follow this wall. Trial, exit. Yeah, 2 more variations we need. We have this one. We have the trial. So here... Wait, actually that's a lie. Sorry. I didn't saw this passage at first. Never mind, I didn't said anything. Follow the wall. We have our trial. Our exit. Keep getting the same layout. Right, we know this one. Well, on an actual run, sure, but we are trying to fight all the layouts. There is not as great to get always the same. I need to show the other two. There are 4 variants to this stone. I need to show the other 2 variants. I'm looking for the... Yes, I'm looking for the waypoint is above the health, but I'm also looking for the trial is here, but exit is here. Yeah, I know that you can read it as the fish, but I find that for some people that's easier, for other people it isn't. Okay, we got it. So here we have the trial, but right after the trial, we cannot go up here. Like on all the other previous variations, we were able to go here. There was a connection here or here, and the exit was there. Now it isn't. So instead, we need to go this passage until we see this, and then we find it. We could argue just continue following the wall, but then we might have been led even further up. Alternatively, we can take this passage. And it connects here again. Sometimes the top side is a little bit more dead end heavy. But if we are ready here, then at that point the top side is faster. But we need to check here. We need to make sure that it doesn't go north. That it is going west. Alright, now we are just looking for what Panda names the fish layout. There we go. So one thing all the layouts we had so far had in common was that when we drew the line, the waypoint was either here or here. But now it's here. What happens when the waypoint is there? Instead of following this wall, we are following that wall. So if we apply this to the stone, go here, there we see it already. We find a trial here. Nah, I forgot this one. And from the trial, we continue with this wall to find the exit here. And for those wondering why it's called a fish, well, this is the mouth. And here we got the tail. So we have a fish. With this being the eye. Alright, that's another zone. Recorded. Oh well. Images collected. Search leads west. In the west exit variant. Hey, trick number 7. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. How was the stream? It's more sorting the layouts than the variants. But we're making progress. I'm almost done with Act 2. So, we are making progress. I have finished Act 1. We have everything in Act 1. And we are now working on Act 2, where we have almost all the zones now. Currently working on Crypt. Already have all the zones leading up to Crypt. Hello, Mr. Tixit. There. Why did... I'm confused why that didn't work. There, now I got it. Yep, now we are looking at every website. Now originally I did it in a document. I can show that still. I still have it. Which it was neat, but there's a major issue. Who wants to look through 73 pages of very small images and very simple text? So I made a website. Well, to be fair, I'm using Dokuzawa, so the blueprint of everything is already made. I just added my spreadsheets into the website. I still need to figure out how to make this darker without it looking weird. And I made this as a whole documentation going through everything, so it's way more visible. Way better. And as a bonus, you can zoom in on images. Like here. You can just zoom in. Yeah. It's to be fair, it's fairly simple code. Like Dokuzaurus is already giving me a lot. It's basically at this point just markdown files, but it makes it a lot easier and faster to run through. So I'm running through all the zones, finding different layouts, and once I found them, I look at them, how to read them, and make a written version of it on top of the visual images. And right now we are just doing crypt. You're still playing PoE 2 trick number 7? You tiny nuts TV. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. There we go. And then 3, 3, 4, 4. Nice. No, honestly, hitting level 95 in PoE 2 is way more an achievement than hitting it in PoE 1. The zone level is lower, right? Instead of ending at 83 zones, we are ending at level 79 zones by default, and we need to work just to get to like 82 zones. So you need a lot more effort to get to higher levels in PoE 2. So hitting 95, that is a big achievement. That's higher than me. I think I hit 92 before I was like, nah, I don't want to play the build anymore. Alright. Waypoint, trial, zone read. Okay, we are done with script 1. So now we have here. Wait, why is River Race lower than Crypt? What did I do wrong, River Race? Oh, no. That's a blunder. River Race is position 7. I forgot to give it position 7. How screwed up am I on the page now? Do I need to move everything? Okay, about this anymore. Okay, no, it just fixed itself. That's so great. I don't need to rewrite everything. Double socket. Double socket wall on constricted command. That does feel pretty good. Yeah, I fully get you. Also, oi oi. I only got water, but oi oi. With a beer and a cig. Power gamer right there. Alright, I appreciate the raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the lurk. Have a great day, buddy. I'm just gonna be forcing to finish Act 2 in hopefully an hour, but we'll have to see. We're in Crypt 2. Crypt 2, what we are doing is we are... Entrance is here, so we are just looking in the direction it goes, which in this case is north. So we are trying to stick to that direction. And once we see these big stairs, we know where we need to go. Yeah, I'm very excited for it as well. I hope we get the conclusion of the endgame update of what Zana is doing. Apparently in some interviews there was dropped that next patch for PoE 1 is gonna be massive, but I haven't found any proof of it, so I'm just very excited. So I'm joining BPL next weekend, I'm doing all the layouts, and if I am done with all layouts in my practice ones, I might return a little bit for PoE 2 again. But till then, I'm gonna be busy with PoE 1 prep. I am pretty good at build improvement. I'm not the best build creator from scratch, but I'm really good at improving an existing build. So if there are any issues with builds, I usually can identify them quickly. Alright, so we have Crypt 2. So we can either try to force this, or we try to force this. See you around, buddy. Wait, I have a lurk command. Why is that not working? Saddest of times. Also taking clean images where I don't scribble on in case I misscribbled onto and I need to fix it later. Or we just need image data. So I have all images in clean and in scribbled on. My most favorite Path of Exile 1 build. I have two. One you can maybe guess from my name. The other one is Tornado Shot. So we head here. See this, it's extending in this direction, we follow that direction. Here we see the bridge. Perfect. I actually joined Path of Exile, or I started playing Path of Exile in Legion League. That was the league to play Cyclone. So, the classic Slayer Cyclone. I actually 6-linked a Kingmaker in less than 100 fusings in my first league, without realizing that that's supposed to be hard. I had the time of my life. My first league, I killed 40 Uber Elders. Like, Uber Elder a day or two. I played for 3 months straight. I had the time of my life with the Cyclone build. I even got to level 97 at the end of the league. I'm also waiting. Once we get Cyclone in PoE 2, I will be playing it. For 100% for sure. I'm gonna be a Cyclone enjoyer in PoE 2. I'm just waiting for it. It's not gonna be that much longer. They want to introduce swords in PoE 2. I played it for like 4 leagues in a row. I always league started Cyclone. I always had so much fun with it. always had a lot of fun with it, but then it started to drop off because I'm always try to push myself further in a league. I always try to be more currency generated, crazier build, crazier items, more time played, more enemies killed, and always learn something new every league. And at some point, Cyclone just plateaued because of the nerfs to it, because of what it can do as a melee build, even with if it was pseudo melee. It had a limit of what it can do. So I adjusted, I started being a bow player. And I just kept playing bows for a while, lightning arrow, elemental hit, tornado shot. I played all variations of bows. But between bows and cycling, I actually had a bossing phase, which I'm recently returning to, going with trapper and miners. Which, they are also pretty fun. So, I actually have a really big project planned for next league. Oh yeah, I remember that. I did that in Heist League. I had a really cool cast and crit cycling build. And just spun myself through Nemesis maps. I also did Self-Curse that league. That was also pretty fun. With Blade Vortex, the spellcaster version of Cyclone. Next league, I'm planning to make 3 build guides, 3 builds. And I and 2 bodies each play 1 build, but they're all in different categories. One is gonna be a bosser, one is gonna be a mapper, and one is gonna be, like you see here, the 500 movement speed mapper. I think that's also gonna be a lot of fun. Because that covers all content angles, all content areas. I'm reading your message in a moment. Just let me finish taking the screenshot, Adam. Alright. Do I have any tips for beginners in PoE1? Do you know of any guides, website, tools, or resources that are needed to get started? I was playing PoE but never given this a try more. They are working on adding WASD movement to PoE1. Did they already do that? I don't remember actually. No, we don't have it yet. But they are trying to add it to PoE1. It's a bit more clunky because the PoE1 skills aren't made to be used while moving. But it's not that they understand that a lot of PoE2 players that enjoy PoE2 want that. Ooh, almost dropped a mage, but want that in PoE1 as well. As a beginner, the content creator I can recommend you the most is Zizaran. He is more casual focused, more hardcore focused, which means all his builds are on the tankier side, and less dying means you can actually play more. You lose less maps, you don't die against bosses, you have overall better experience if you die less. Zizaran is a really great PoE creator for beginners. Also has a lot of PoE university guides. If you just get into PoE1, I recommend doing your first campaign playthrough now, before the actual season starts at end of October. So you can decide, okay, do you want to learn getting through campaign a little bit faster and what to look out to do after campaign? instead of doing fresh in a new economy and then falling behind because you don't understand a few of the small things, and then take your enjoyment away because you always feel like you're just you're not keeping up with the people that you want to be able to keep up. If that makes sense. Sadly, we no longer have Enki's Archwitch, which was one of the greatest PoE 1 beginner build guides. Okay, I think we have all layouts now. But there are a bunch of creators that do take a big effort to make proper guides. I mean, there's Zizaran. I think Palsteron's guides are also always pretty detailed and beginner-friendly. Lolcool makes really great guides that are beginner-friendly. Arrow makes great guides. I don't think they're always beginner-friendly, but overall they're beginner-friendly. I would argue that my guides are fairly beginner-friendly. Like, they have a lot of steps and a lot of details, but they do require a base understanding of the basic mechanics of the game. So I want to add that to my guides. Yeah, we have up. We have down left. Oh, I'm missing one. But to come back to answering the question as a whole now. Content creators, there are a bunch of. I will look closer to launch which one to say those are solid league starters. Go for those. Zizaran always has I would say, the best beginner league starters just because they are made for both softcore and hardcore and also SSF variant players for those that just want to play alone. I would say the Zizaran's PoE University are really great videos to get into the game. And most importantly, play a little bit. PoE 2 is still in the beginning stages. It has way less content in the game. PoE 1 has years of content below, which allows us to have a lot of amazing content, but also if I opened this tree, it can be a bit overwhelming. Like, what content should you go for? What content should you ignore when you get to maps? What mechanics to do? What not to do? What to prioritize? All these things is a mix of watching the right videos, but also of just having experienced it and knowing what things your character can do and can't do. But those are really things that you need active play experience for. You can't just get from a written guide. I still need the west variant. So here the starting room is facing south. This is a no, never mind. This is a south or west variant. This is a west variant. Awesome. Is it? Does this count as a west variant? I guess it does. We are mainly moving. Yeah, it counts. Hopefully my answer helped. It wasn't more confusing. Oh, right. I forgot that site exists. I completely forgot that site exists. Here. This is a collection of everything related to PoE. Of course, you still need to take a look at these things. and understand what they do, what they're good for. But it's just a lot of knowledge in one place. Or the links to the knowledge gathered in one place. I feel like Wealthy Exile, though, is something you don't really need to care about when you just get into the game. That's when you want to optimize. Mr. Frosty Nation, I appreciate the follow. Like, if I just care about playing the game, I don't really care about how much profit I made in the last hour. But if I care about how much profit, then that page is huge. Then that page is absolutely massive. And one more thing that, regardless of PoE 1 or PoE 2, that you should be grabbing is either the TFT trade extension or the Better Trading trade extension. They allow you to save search filters and instantly apply them in the browser. Same for PoE 2, just all the links for all the important items. And an added feature, if you use the TFT trade extension, it gives you automatic tilde searches. So normally, if I look for longsword, it finds me the longsword. Eh. But if I remove this tilde, it only does an exact search. And the extension just adds that whatever you type, it adds this in front, so you're doing hybrid searches. I can definitely take a look. I will need to know what build it is about. Deadeye. Let's take a look. Okay, so we have a Headhunter, we have any shield recharge, consecrated ground, recover. We have lightning arrow, lightning rod, we have tornado shot. We have against darkness with extra lightning. We have a heart of well, lightning damage, recover life. What is the issue on the build? +1 arrow. Life, resistances. Focus on MS. So, resistances is the issue. You want your helmet right now has double res on it, which you would be dropping out of. There's a yeah, I know what the helmet does. It gives you a bunch of life. Well, on one hand, if you have the correct sockets on the helmet itself already gives you some of the resistances you have. Other than that, I mean, there's always the option of better items with more resistances. Mm. Like, you could likely drop a bit of dexterity and get res here. Because you're also gonna be traveling, you're gonna be grabbing a lot more attribute nodes. You could likely drop attributes or dex on this ring and get double rest, one attribute that's needed, live lightning damage. Here you already have double rest, I wouldn't change that. You can change the socket on the boots. You can... these gloves will be a bit harder to replace, that's fair. Amulet is also a bit harder. But you can, yeah, socket on boots, socket on the new helmet. And you could technically look for resistance corrupts on jewels. If you do a PoE 2 search. And you do a count 1. You will find jewels with fire rest enchant, hold rest, or light rest. So those could help. You could just search for your jewels, but with resistances. That's one thing I would do to fix a little bit of rest. Other than that, yeah. Sockets are always great to fix resistances, and you can likely upgrade this ring to a double rest ring with live lightning damage. And you're gonna be getting a lot of attributes because we're traveling down here to get the surround nodes, which also gets you another jewel socket, which again would be another corrupt that you can get to get double res. Not double res, corrupt resistance. Hope that helps. New file, crypt 2 MD. $14. Crypt 2. Image crypto 1. Crypto variant 2. This is variant 1. Put 2 here. And then we have 3, 4. Oh, do you after and X Smarto. Smarto, we have rest on the runes. We have a good bow. We have the crit quiver with crit, attack speed, crit bonus. Yeah, this is the nutty quiver. Double damage. This is hybrid still? Yeah, double damage, triple res. Double damage, triple res. High movement speed boots and high attack speed gloves. Headhunter. Spirit of the Primate. Interesting. What does Primate do again? Chaos Rise, Fall of the Axe. Yeah, that makes sense. From nothing for Volpact. For the movement speed nodes. Half the well with lucky damage. Why you need lucky damage when you have Defy? Oh, you're not using Defy, okay. Extra Chaos. Honestly, I would rather use Defy than Disheart. Limits to extra lightning makes sense. Jewels make sense. Resistances look overall fine. Has the headhunter, of course. Alright, track number. We have resistances look fine. Spirit, Amulet, Kite Runner, global defenses, evasion from body, spirit, attributes, high evasion, energy shield body, simple boots, not high movement speed boots, decent gloves. Have you checked if the increase elemental damage with attacks? Oh no, that's a corrupt. I said nothing. That's a corrupt. I thought that's a jewel. First Kev, I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Chain from terrain, reductions, watch speed. I think you could do better quiver, like something in this direction easily. Those aren't that hard to craft. You just need the good magic base. Obviously, a headhunter would always be a great upgrade. Other than that, a proper Heart of the Well and a proper Radius Jewel on this spot. Like, either against the Darkness or any other Radius Jewel. Here you have 3 notables, you have 5 small nodes. It's a really great spot to pick up. Other than that, I mean, it's the pretty basic build. You just follow what everybody else is doing. There isn't any big complications on it. Alright. We have no points of interest. We have a zone read incoming. So now that what we need to look at is for Crypt 2. What are the starting rooms telling us about the exit? The starting room is facing east, the exit is north. The starting room is facing south. And it is south, kind of south. It's southwest, but still. Starting room is facing east, which we had here. It's the exact same starting room, so we need to look between these two. And here's the same starting room, but we need to look between these two. Okay. This means these are south-facing starting room. And this is east-facing starting room. Okay. Yeah. You can definitely get a lot of power in your jewels. The rest of the build looked fine. So the first thing we do is the starting room, and then we just need to look, okay, where are the edges? So here we see that the zone is leading up, so we know where we want to go. Here we see that the zone is leading east, so we want to know where to go. Here we see that the zone is leading west. But the final room has to be either this variation or this variation. Here we see the rooms. Okay. But that is how we want to read the zone. Now I'm curious why the lurk command isn't working. Should exist still. And it should work for everything. Oh well. I'll look into that after the stream. I appreciate it. You have a good sleep, buddy. house, we rest, or you find the exit, not exit. The league, we don't know exact date, but we're expecting the 24th of October for the launch weekend. So this should be more or less exactly 1 month from now. Let's use this for final room. Move it over and put it in here. Actually, instead of final room, I could maybe just call it the tomb room. Altar room, that's better. Image slash image crypt2 final room. There we go. Okay, we are done with crypt2. I depends what you define as hard in PoE 1 and PoE 2. If you are either in any Discord that follows the public Discord, or you are in the Path of Exile 1 and 2 Discord, they always make the news. They have news channel, PoE 1 News, where any official PoE 2 PoE 1 post, like a patch or the forum post are, they are linking them here. Same for PoE 2. So what you can do, or what I, for example, did, is I have I have them followed, so that anything that's posted there, I also get on my Discord. So if we look at here, end of October. And end of October, we have 2 weekends there. It could be the Friday the 24th or Friday the 31st. Now, end of October could be 31st, but then I would have imagined that they would have instead of called it end of October, start of November. Because in New Zealand time, for me, the 31st Friday they start on a Monday morning. on a Saturday morning, I think. So that would have been start of November, which is why we assume it is the 24th of October. Alright. Next stone. I can still try to get it finished, even if it took a little bit longer now. And as to hard, I feel like PoE 2 right now is more simple than PoE 1. There's less content to do, there's less depth to do, but the boss fights in PoE 2 are a lot harder than PoE 1's, because unless you're using a broken skill interaction, like let's say Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, you actually have to interact with the boss in a meaningful way. In PoE 1, getting to the broken state is fairly more easy, especially during campaign. Campaign is really just a matter of how quick can you get through there, how much effort are you putting into getting through campaign, and not, oh no, there's a difficult boss fight coming up. Alright, we are done with all zones, meaning we get into Wall Ruins. So we start with Wall Ruins, we always face this. We notice that we can't go south here, so we are starting to move north. At this point, we're either gonna be taking a turn to the left or the right, because we are reaching the upper edge of the zone. In this case, it makes a U-turn, and we're gonna going back down here. Then we have the Corrupt Room. This is gonna be always this room. It makes it really easy to go through the zone, because almost all layouts go through it. And now we go back up. Here we have the Wall Bowl, and here we have the exit. Now to discover all the dead ends this zone could have lead to. So using PoE 2 is designed to be very beginner friendly. The monsters just don't do that much harm and the bosses are very slow. Yeah, no, in that sense you are correct. PoE 1 is a bit more advanced focus, I would say, than PoE 2. PoE 2 is trying to also allow the Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Last Epoch, and non-ARPG gamers to come in and enjoy the game. And they do it in a way that the entire game is the game. The campaign is part of the game, the endgame is part of the game. Meaning it has consistently always something to do and always active gameplay. In PoE 1, due to years of content added on top of it and power creep, what happened was that... how to phrase this? The campaign isn't part of the game anymore. The campaign is a progress you go through to get into the actual game. There's so much to do in the endgame, which is absolutely amazing, but that makes it even worse that you have to go through the campaign. So we just go through the campaign as a motion to get through the endgame, and there the actual challenge starts. In campaign, it's very easy to one-shot basically anything, and only bosses early on last more than a couple seconds. And once you get into the endgame, the further you go there, you have the rough part where you need to find your damage, you need to find items, get good gear, and then at some point you reach over the hurdle, at which point everything is trivialized again, and the game is just about killing bosses faster, getting more loot faster, and running through your zones faster. But you definitely have to, if you don't build defenses in PoE 1, we can build the defenses, we can go the way the hardcore players play, and we won't be getting one hit. But if you take the same concept you make in PoE 2, with building only damage throughout the campaign, you're gonna be ending up very, very squishy when you reach the end game, and then everything will one-hit you. And one other thing that is very different in PoE 1 and PoE 2, which when you go from 1 to 2, it's okay, but when you go from 2 to 1, it's gonna be a really big hit in your face. In PoE 1, resistances are way more important. At the end of Act 3, you can be expected to have capped resistances, or almost capped resistances, while in PoE 2, having 0 to 10, 20 resistances is completely okay. Even running around with negative resistances can be okay. But PoE 1 is just not the same. If you don't have resistances in PoE 1, you're in for a very rough time. So if you watch any big campaign speedruns or anything, you will notice it very often that while not really picking up life, people are looking for resistance gear. And the PoE 2 campaign is way less punishing for not knowing something. PoE 1 campaign, if you don't know the optimized layout, if you don't know what order to run things, when to grab upgrades, when to go to town, how much to loot, you are spending way more time. Like the difference between a fast Act 1 player in PoE 1, we assume we do a 100% run. We grab all passive points, we grab all Trials of Ascendancies, and all permanent buffs we can get in each act. In PoE 1, a bad player might take 1 to 1.5 hours for Act 1. And they already have kind of a basic understanding of the game. But a really, really good player that practiced Act 1 can get it done in less than 20 minutes. PoE 1 rewards knowledge way, way more than PoE 2. PoE 2 rewards knowledge during boss fights, but PoE 1 rewards knowledge during running through zones a lot. Due to the access of mobility skills, due to the access of interactions that are very powerful, being just by sheer number of skills way more common in PoE. So we need to walk up here, we need to see that this is a dead end, and then we can do the turnaround. Because we can't see this from here. Here's the wall room. And from the wall room we go up here. This is the ballroom. Oh, I wanted a circle. But also this complexity that makes PoE 1 complicated is also what invites us for, let's say, us power gamers, to really want to put the effort into the game. It's where we have all the enjoyment in. All the different strategies. Today I'm farming bees. Tomorrow, or after a couple of days, I'm moving on to farming abyss. Then I want to do bossing. Now I want to do boss rushers. Now I want to go delving. There's so much to do, so many different strategies, and so many viable strategies that it's just really amazing. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. And the brightest part about this is everything that is in PoE 1 will eventually come to PoE 2. PoE 2 endgame will be massive. It just needs refinement. They have the concepts. They just need to refine the concepts to work in the PoE 2 ecosystem. Like, Abyss was really amazing. Abyss in PoE 1 is... It was great at the time, it's a decent mechanic, but it's a bit meh. Abyss in PoE 2 is absolutely amazing. I wish we could have that in PoE 1. Well, Sniveling Wretch, it's a difference between just running through the motion and understanding what you do, watching what you do, and improving upon it. Like what you see I'm doing. This is overkill. You don't need to do what I'm doing. But I'm learning every single layout right now to get from my 3:30 time to maybe a 3-hour campaign. But if you just not just go through the motions, but understand the order of things you need to do, what you need to do when, that already can you get your dime down to 6 hours with absolute ease. And then you can get it down to 4 hours if you just do a bit of targeted practice and at least understand some underlying zone rules. The question though is, are you okay with the 10-hour campaign or you want to go faster? If you're okay with the 10-hour campaign, stay there. You don't have to force yourself to play the game in a way you don't enjoy. That's the most important part about campaign running. Don't run at a pace you don't enjoy, because you're just killing your own enjoyment then. But if you just want some basic improvements, what you can do is you can take my website, definitiveguide.com, and just look at the overviews. They just tell you what we want to do when. That alone should already save you an hour or two once you know the pattern, know the order of things, and you apply to your own runs. And then you maybe do 2-3 practice runs and you should be able to save some time. And the greatest thing is, I'm taking half the effort away from you, right? I'm already writing down here what you need to do, what you need to look out. If there's a simple read that is very, very fast to learn, all the small details, I'm already taking that all away. You just need to go through the effort of reading it, running through the zones a couple times yourself to understand how to identify the things I'm talking about, and then apply it in your practice runs. So we enter here. We see it ends here. We walk north. We see it ends here. We see the corruption room. And it doesn't connect here, so it's gotta be the exact same thing again. Going down. And down here we are going to... And here we go. Same pattern. No worries. I'm learning a lot from it, and I hope a lot of people can use it very well and improve their own campaign time without having to go through the really rough, tough part, which I'm going here. Like, it's gonna take me another couple weeks to get this done. In the end, this is the exact same rule. I'm not gonna make it separate. I'm looking for the other layouts. So we go down. We see that it ends here this time. This is the dead end page. But we have the thing here, so what's happening is we're gonna have a heart-shaped layout. Not here, sorry. Here. You're looking... Ah, there's the passive. What? Am I that bad at reading my own zones? Huh. Okay. This is not the layout I expected. I thought this is gonna be going like this. But instead it went like this. Very interesting. Good that we found it. Imagine you're running through these zones with 50 or 100 movement speed chops character. I'm running here with over 500 movement speed through to learn these fast. There's already so much effort taken away from a lot of people. And then all the identifying, all the noting down. should allow a lot, just way more people should be able to get at least to a 4 or 5 hour campaign with these resources. Go here. Here we see the big wall room. And there we go up. I think at this point we can follow this wall, because if it would have led up, it would have likely not led down here. Here we have the ballroom. From here we can go up again. So we have the wall ball and the walling. And we take a screenshot. Alright, that's our 2 images. And we go again. We notice that it doesn't continue here. Continue to head south. Doors are the worst. Right, it continues here. I saw that. Here we have the wall room. And then we head south again. Wall. And exit. Perfect. Awesome. Glad they're helpful. If you end up running some layouts after what I write and something does not apply, please do feel free to message me. I'm not perfect. I could have misinterpreted a rule or a variation I missed or anything that could change something. If anything doesn't add up, do message me and I can fix it. Is this the same as this? Yeah, kind of. No, it's not. So we have going up and going down in S pattern. But we need the swirl pattern. And we need the heart pattern. We go up. We stick to the side. We see it's not a dead end, but we see it continues up further. Now we see that it ends in this direction, so we start moving into the next. We have the S pattern again. Boring. Where are the new patterns? It ends in this direction. Heads down. Oh, nice. This is a rare layout. This layout, normally all layouts lead through the wall room. This is the one that does not. Oh no, this is the hard layout. I just somehow managed to not find the wall room. Guess I didn't follow the rule. So here we see that it doesn't. Oh, wrong color. Wall room. Wall ball. We see that it doesn't go this direction. We go down. Yeah. And we follow this down wall till we see that it doesn't go in that direction. Then we go this way. It completely leads past the wall room, but it's a consistent read. There's just no realistic way that we would suddenly here decide, oh, but we need to go this way. We head into a direction till we see that it doesn't go further in that direction, and then we swap the direction. It's this, 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 this. Alright. Let's do 2 more runs, see if we find another layout. We see it doesn't go this way. See it doesn't go this way. It's the wall room. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm doing something stupid entirely. It's the one we just had. Because I didn't follow the rule. If you don't follow the rule, you don't get to the exit. So, we walk. We see it continues in this direction. For now. Continue.
Chance.
Now it doesn't. Now we swap. We go on this one. Continue. This direction. And we move up. Didn't we saw it there? Oh, this is all dead end, you know? Oh no, here it is. Alright. Wall ruins is just an annoying zone. It is just an annoying zone. between the doors and all the dead ends.
Chance. Chance.
Chance. But alright. So we have the hard pattern, or however you want to call it. We have an S pattern this way. We have an S pattern this way. Now we have an S pattern that way. Yeah, that's pretty much this layout. We go that way. We see the wall room. And then we follow the started S pattern. Alright, there should be one more pattern, one more variant I need to find. We move this way, we see it doesn't continue. That way. Found the wall room. And now we know it's an S pattern. Here. Here. No, we had the almost optimal read. I guess this is different from this one. I think this is just a really lucky layout. These S patterns are the more expected ones. I didn't exit. What is these? I did not exit that zone. Let me back in. Alright, sorry, I had a call. Alright. Go this way. Still continues. Continues. We have the wall room. Okay, this is the quick layout then. Go here. And we are here. Yeah, this is the quick layout. We know this one now. Go this way. Continues here. Continues. The wall room. Wall room. This is the loop layout. That was one we were still looking for. I think we have all with this then. We go here. Here. Here we see the wall room. We see there's an edge. See there's an edge. In theory, if we notice that this is the loop layout, which we do once we see that there's the edge, could in theory to go here directly. Or that go like this. As an alternate path. Right, this should be the last wall ruins variant we were missing. And we have the layout image. Alright, now we get to Northern Forest then. Oh wait, Wall Ruins MD. This is 15. Wall ruins. Points of interest are the wall sphere and the wall altar. Then we have the zone read. There's not per se a simple read for the zone, sadly. So we have 6 variants. Oh. Slash image. Wall ruins 1. Then we have wall ruins 2. Then we have 3 and 5. And 4 and 6. Alright. This is a snake pattern. 1 is correct. 3 is correct. 5 needs to swap with 6. Okay, perfect. Then we have the page here. And we have, this is the north snake pattern. Or northeast. This is northwest and this is south. West S, northeast S, and northwest S. Then we have the loop or spiral pattern. You have the fast variant. And we have the V shape. I guess we do have a simple read. Simple read. While not perfect. Q out. No, the simple reads are never perfect. how to differentiate between the different patterns. How do I phrase this? Honestly, how do we phrase that? So we start walking. If we walk very long south, yeah. First pattern we can identify or exclude is the V pattern. If we walk south very long time, no, for a long distance, then hit the south corner. No, we are in the V pattern. Alternative, if we cannot walk south all the way into the south corner, we can exclude the V pattern. The same step of identifying or excluding, we can look at the fast variant. If we can walk southwest till we see the volume, we are in the fast variant. Otherwise, we will hit a zone edge. Like we see here. There is a zone edge, there's a zone edge. There we walk there for quite a while. But then we hit the S pattern. Zone edge and zone edge. Or not zone edge, but we are forced to walk in a different direction. When the volume is behind the entrance in the minimap, but the zone is but we how to phrase it? But we took a east turn at the start. We are in the spiral pattern. Finally, to differentiate between the different S patterns, look in which direction the zone is extending in. The second turn will always go the opposite direction than the first turn, resulting in the S we know. Alright, we almost finished Act 2 today. That is a huge progression we done in an entire day. We took almost a week for Act 1 because of all the complicated Act 1 layouts. And Act 4 and 5 will be very quick. We can get through those really quickly. Same for 9 and 10. They don't have that many variations. 8, 7, 6, and 3. Those are all gonna take a little bit. But we had a huge progression. which really helped us today. So we have 2 more zones, 3 more zones, but they are very simple. Like, Northern Forest Cave-1 is very simple, so I can finish those either this evening or tomorrow morning. Meaning that we are very quickly tomorrow we will be entering Act 3. Act 3 is gonna take a while. There are so many zones in Act 3. City of Dawn, slums, crematorium, sewers, marketplace, catacombs, battlefront, Solaris 1, Solaris 2, docks, Ebony Barracks, Solaris 1, Lunaris 2, Imperial Garden, library, Scepter of God 1, Scepter of God 2, and some of these zones are an absolute pain to read. But yeah, Act 3 is just one of the longest acts we are facing at any point in the campaign. But that has it been for me. I need to head downstairs. I need to spend a little bit of time with family and help out my grandparents. I appreciate everybody that participated in chat today, especially with the helpful comments when I needed to write something out or when you saw there was some pattern in the zone. I had a lot of fun. I hope it was also a lot of fun, or at least a lot of learning to watch. All that being said, I will send you to the next stream. Gonna be raiding someone, and I'll be back tomorrow. Who are we raiding? Anybody streaming PoE1? Aeroplane! Yo! Aeroplane raid. PoE1 raid.